Sorry to keep you waiting. I was getting a coffee. My little guy will be here in just a moment. Just need to open that software. Excuse me. My sleep schedule has been a little bit better than it has been, so I'm feeling good. I just wanted to get a second cup of coffee because I like coffee. Bit of a caffeine aficionado. Though I'm not going to be too picky about grounds or whatever. I think I really want to get into cold brew at some point, but it is such a time-consuming process, and I don't have the tools on hand. Now, sorry, I am scrolling through here on my messages. We're all good to go. I'm chill. I'm zen. And we're going to be diving into... I'm yawning. We're going to be diving into a variety of games today. A couple of different games. Smaller scale games that I thought would be more fun to play in bite-sized pieces. And we're going to be opening the stream with RoboQuest. A game who I have not played in a bit, but it looks like it's received a couple of updates. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and put this on, because, like... God, the music in this game is so good. This is my shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh. I can't wait till I get a model and you can see me moving around. I'm absolutely jamming to this. Are you fucking kidding me? Let's make sure that visual is up. So it looks like a couple of the update changes and stuff were specifically for the multiplayer, which is cool. Also a ton of weapon patch notes and class changes. It's just too much to read through. Oh, I forgot this has, like, spatial audio. Woo. I'm going to nudge myself out of the corner here so that you can see my ammo count. I just need to select my voice, unlock that, and unlock Vado. No, control, click. There. There we go. Shrink down a smidgen. Just a smidgen. I know it moved the... Yeah. Let me lock that in place, and then I'll move this down. It's a bit too far down. There's good. There is good. I like there. Right. Why is it so blurry is my first question. I think it's like texture pop in. I like Guardian too much, so I'm going to stick with Guardian. I don't really have any, I don't have enough stuff to upgrade anything right now. That's fine. We're just going to do standard. It's been a bit since I've jumped in. I'm trying to get used to the controls again. I've switched back to an older set of keycaps on my keyboard, which might be a little bit quieter. They also might be just as loud. The intention wasn't necessarily for quieter sound. However, these are a bit more textured, so they're nicer to grip. Right. We're going to dive right in. Sawed-offs, absolutely. Movement speed. I'm just checking for secrets. There are none. Don't be fooled. Not every corner of a map contains a secret. It could. I need to move quickly. That's the key. Blunderbuss. This is a tech thing. Does it do elemental damage? No. It's like gasoline for now. It does like energy damage. I'm liking the feel. Someone who's a bit smarter with technology than me is going to have to explain the deal with, Oh yeah, I've got a melee attack. Should be using that more. Especially since it's a big hammer. And I love me a big hammer. Unlimited ammo. I don't have the key. I did get the key for this. I recall. Unlocked a loadout, apparently. Get on the rail. They increased the health. I was reading that, so I assumed the sprinter is whatever that is. Fire gun. Okay. Very much into fire. Feels almost too fast for me. Maybe I'm old. Oh, what's this? Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Are you kidding me? That's my shit right there. Oh, yes. I couldn't be happier to have my hands on a gun like that. Goes pew pew laser. I love me a good old pew pew laser. I didn't take the level up into the next zone. I hope it kept it. It did. Bonk. Attack speed. Yes. Runes could contain some useful stuff. Now rolling down in the deep, and the brain goes numb. You can call that mental free. Gosh, this music. No thoughts. Head empty. Just hammer. I need to buy the OST for this game. Is it on Spotify? I need to incorporate it in my playlist. Fit in perfectly with the Starcadian, the Mega Drive. Bonk. I'm getting cocky. I'm taking a bit of damage here. Nah. I'm dying. I'm dead. That's not bad for a first run. 5 minutes. Alright, let's look at some other upgrades here, because I got a couple of coins. Start with the run with a discovery of 2 level 2 items. Unlocks a bundle of new gadgets in your class selector. Sure. Says I unlocked... Yeah, Commando. Fires an explosive rocket. Takedowns generate 3 fury. Rocket hits against bosses generate 6 fury, and shorty hits against bosses generate 4 fury. So, okay. Primary school cooldown grants an additional jump. I'm going to go ahead and reduce cooldowns with rockets. Are you kidding? Yes. Oh, okay, so my melee is a shotgun. My melee is a shotgun. Are you kidding me right now? So hits with the rockets and the shotgun build up like a damage meter that increases, I assume, ability damage. Let's not go for ruins right away. Let's go for weapon damage. Grandma shotgun, pumping shotgun, blast ball, and scout sniper. Gonna go for blast ball. Oh, that's got range. I couldn't be happier. Oh, it's got spread and it's got range. That's all you could ask for in a shotgun. I missed and I leveled up. Hey, Blur. Happy to have you here. Yes. Sure, crit. And let's get a new perk here. It deals explosive damage. Its damage increase by 30% when above. Okay, so rocket and short deal burn damage. Let's burn things. Let's burn. I can't do a good, you know the voice, the fire bats from StarCraft. They were always my favorite units, even though they were particularly never very good, except for against, like, very specific Zerg units. Okay, I am happy. These weapons slap. Right, so we tried that door, and the area's not for me just yet. Could use a sniper or maybe something explosive to pair with this. Maybe not worry about the explosives so much. I'm going to turn the game a smidge down. Just so that you can hear me. I'm looking at the levels, and I feel like I'm competing with it. Ooh. Oh, yes. Okay. Beep boop. Hey, Fawnin. Happy to see you. Right, okay. Increases weapons ammo in clip by 25% and their cooling gauge by 15. Very interesting. Increases all damage except burn. I mean, my rockets do burn. So that would be an interesting combo. To like set enemies on fire and then shoot at them. I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Hell yeah. Taking a big sip of coffee. Oh, yes. The Oasis music is always so good. I wish I had Cat Jam. It's a good emote. I mean, I'm using... Yeah, it's not cumulative. Cumulative? It doesn't stack. Cumulative? I'm no wordsmith. Fuck. You can kind of tell that whoever made the soundtrack for this game really liked Perturbator. I'm also going to... Oh, shit. There we go. I'm also going to very quickly apologize for the clickety-clack of my keyboard. If that is very apparent. I'm seeing the levels go up on OBS, so I'm trying to be cautious about the sound I make that isn't me making bad jokes. Where the hell do I go from here? I don't really hear anything. I think you're good. Okay, cool. Also, hey, Rory. I am not doing well health-wise. Both in-game and real life. That missed completely. I'm just gonna run. Y'all have fun. I'm gone. I keep forgetting there's a slide. I need to use that more. Did it drop a gun? Been lurking. I appreciate it. Easy shit for babies. I mean, I barely use this weapon slot anyway. Might as well be precision weapons. Although, I just went ahead and buffed everything except for ranged weapons, so I might as well grab that. Play like TF2. You know, you detonate midair. They don't see it coming. Oh, I don't get to see a big map. On the rail. Was I here? No, there's a door, so I haven't been. Or is this where I started? That's where I started. Are you serious? I've managed to completely backtrack. This is not going to look good on my time sheet. I'm going to get fired for sure. They're going to fire me from the robot job. Must you stun me? I assume leveling up doesn't give me... Secret! Adds 2 additional rockets, but reduces all rocket damage. Fine with that. Grants homing. Yes. Homie! Did I just... Oh no, I just dropped them. Okay, thank God. I don't know. I mean, again, I never use this slot, but whatever. Why would I use anything that's other than the power glove? Okay, that's why. So I fire tiny rockets, the track, and do fire damage, and I do extra damage against things that are on fire. Alright, I just need to keep moving. That direction is not a direction I've been in. Bye. I said bye. That means bye. Ooh, movement speed. Yeah, I'll take that. Flamethrower, I'll take that. And it has a shotgun built in. That's amazing. This technically does more damage. Yeah. Yeah. Under construction, early access. Oh, gauntlet room. I can do this. There we go. Oh. I got really quiet because I was focusing. I apologize. Can I buy any upgrades? Yes. Increases the chance for weapons to have mods. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright. Sticking with Commando, because I'm absolutely enjoying Commando. I need to... Engineer also sounds interesting. I need to take a greater advantage of the shorty stuff. Yeah. I think my current setup is fine. I just need to get better RNG on weapons. That is... It's always crucial when it comes to roguelikes like this, similar to Gunfire Reborn. It's all about that's a shotgun. Or that's a chainsaw. That's a shotgun. That's an LMG. I'm gonna take the LMG. Why the fuck not? Gun time. I've used the chainsaw before. It's a bit finicky. Clack. I always love when games utilize comic book automatopoeia. I always think it adds a small touch of personality, but it's a lovely little one. You know? I missed. I can't think of very many examples that utilize it. The best one I can think of was 13, which was a GameCube original Xbox game. Well, I've got the Power Gloves again. It was a GameCube original Xbox game that was like a kind of okay third-person shooter, but its big appeal is that it's kind of comic booky and fun. They did a remake recently. I want to say like the last couple of years. But the problem with the remake was that they decided to go, instead of leaning into the cel-shaded comic book aesthetics that they had in the original game, they opted for what I could only really describe as bad. I mean, like, it was a mixture of the cel shading, but they decided to do some realistic textures on top of that, and they did not mesh well. I mean, why would they? Favorite weapon? Yes, I like the sound of that. So I only have one weapon slot, but it does increase damage. Do I want to do... Let's do the ruins. I mean, I have a shotgun built in and a rocket launcher, so I think I'm good with just the LMG, as long as I can find upgraded LMGs or similar weapons, because I really like how this feels. Thumper. Ah, grenade launcher, of course. I can aim. People make fun of me for my mouse sensitivity. Say it's too high. I say I don't want to throw my arm all over the goddamn mouse pad. How about that? You could theoretically do a run of nothing but Goomba Stomps. It could be fun. All right. Fire rate and reload speed. I'll take that. Oh, yes. This makes me want to try out some of the other, like, super fast shooters, you know, like your... like Ultra Kill and stuff like that. Faster shotgun sounds good to me. I get hit a lot. Maybe I'm not moving enough. There we go. Perhaps I'm even moving too much. Assault SMG. Damn it. I'm focusing too much on a single target. Gotta flip around my wrist rest. Got a pool of sweat on my wrist rest. That's the thing with this game, you know? Like any roguelike. You're just gonna be chipping away at it until you get through it. Though it doesn't seem to have the same kind of... I don't feel like I'm getting the same kind of build-up as, what's a Tommy gun? RoboQuest. Yeah! This is a red weapon, so let's go for resistance. How you doing, Gren? Speedrun. I'm doing great. Chipping away at some games today. Checking out some other stuff. I'll be looking at Arcade again after this as well. which I saw some tweets. They dropped a big release on a patch. All right, crucial. Favorite weapon. Oh, and it's gonna be the Tommy gun. Yeah, it's gonna be the Tommy gun for now. All right, let's get a bit more cells before we move on, but that's the door for sure. That's the other thing too, is like once you start getting into the groove of the movement and the groove of the music, because goddamn this slaps, you'll start to move faster, more intense. Missed with the shotgun. I have it bound to a mouse button, like a side mouse button, so it's been a bit tricky to land, you know what I mean? Let's just move. It's all about speed. I still got an A rank. That's a passing grade. About rolling down in the deep. I'm gonna make that joke every time. It's always this room that does me the most trouble. It's a tight space with multiple enemies that I can't really... You know... Maybe a lower mouse sensitivity would do me handy. Let's try it. I died. Never change your mouse sensitivity, kids. Let's see, that's 400. Oh my god. Who could play with 400 DPI? Who's got like a 6-foot-long mouse pad? They're like, you know? I mean, okay, 3,300 is a bit too... I have to go into my mouse software. My default DPI is 3600. 3300 is a bit much. Between like 3300 and 3600. So I'm going to dip it down to 3000. We're going to see how that feels. Feels good. Bit more manageable. This is when you learn that, like, I'm deranged as hell, and I have, like... I do very little wrist twitches. That's usually how I move my mouse when I play shooters or anything on the PC. It's all very slight wrist movements. Or not even, like, it's finger twitches, because I claw grip. There we go. I'm in the hang of this. I mean, it helps when you're not, like, moving around all the time as well. Shorty can ricochet on one enemy within 4 meters, dealing 20% of the initial damage. Hitting an enemy with Shorty marks it. Okay, so this builds on my weapon for Frenzy buildup, which I'm here for. I definitely got to take advantage of Frenzy a bit more when I'm playing this class. I'm trying to think if there's more in the Oasis area that I haven't really discovered. Because the ruins are kicking my ass. Is that stronger? Yes. I'm going to take the time to shoot more stuff, basically. Still going to try to move as quickly as possible, but I'm going to be shooting more things. Sure. Oh, I almost had S time. Damn. Today's gonna be the Right, let's see. You're wondering what was going on with my scroll wheel. I wish I knew. Sometimes it does that. No, you don't. I think every video game should have a fast-moving bonus enemy that shows up occasionally. Even in games that aren't, like, shooters. Just, like, in general. You could be playing a racing game and then a UFO shows up, and if you crash into it, you get, like, you instantly get teleported to first. What I'm saying is the original Colin McRae Rally is the best racing game ever made. I'm pretty sure that was the game that had the jelly car. Like, you got abducted by aliens, and then, like, your car had weird physics. I was about to say they should put it in fighting games, but I'm pretty sure that's what the toasty guy is. Thanks, Grandma. God, I wish I had like an air dash. And I'm dead. I was trying to ignore everything. Don't do that. It's a life lesson. You can't run away from your problems. You can only die. Your only option in this life is to die. It's to live and then to die. Alright, let's do something a little bit different. Blast palms? Yeah, we're doing that. I'm all about this. This shit's cool as hell. Watch those wrist rockets! You think somebody's been horny for the super battle droids from Star Wars? You think there's porn of them? There's gotta be, right? Statistically? There's porn of everything. Alright, what's my perk? Let's go for unstable barrel. I think one thing that I found really cool about, like, thinking on roguelikes for a moment, Hades did a really smart thing by having a bunch of skills related to you discovering not discovering, but like you using every skill at least once. I feel like that was a very good incentive to push players to, like, try things they otherwise wouldn't, you know? How could I forget that this was my main weapon? Alright, there we go. There. Quick. Quick, 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 quick. Yes! Yes! That's S rank, baby. Destroy the child. Wow, that's half my health, and I just got out the front door. Arquebus. Ah. Ooh, it shoots laser. Interesting. Watch that ball, like, glide right past my face. Indies. Hey, Eldrick. I'm a terrible. I'd like some health regen. If anyone wants to drop a healing item, that'd be nice. Commando doesn't seem to have a ton of health. Yeah. Been about like a dozen or so 5-minute runs, which, I mean, is what this game does best, you know? But, hey. Every base upgrade is just better skills, you know? I'm growing in power. Blast Ball. Right, it's that thing. And we start with a weapon damage. Gorgeous, baby. This thing reminds me of the alien gun from Perfect Dark. The one that you reload with eggs. It sounds like a nonsensical sentence, but, like, I gotta find a video. In, like, I think they were called, like, Mayan, the aliens, which, you know, cool ancient aliens. But, like, the one gun everybody remembers is the Farsight, which is the sniper rifle that shoots through walls. But both the Farsight and, like, there was a pistol and an assault rifle, and they all reloaded with, like, these energy cells that look like eggs. And they just, like, dissolved into the body of the gun and just went like, Nyom! This sounds nonsensical. I'm aware. I need to mute the game so I can go demonstrate this on YouTube real quick. Right, okay. Monitor. Game off. But Perfect Dark is one of my favorite games of all time, by the way. For the N64, for guns to have reload animations was so cool. I also love that sound. See, you put like a little egg in it. That's the Phoenix. That was the pistol. Alright, going through pistols. Oh, I love the Cyclone. Efficient. Hey, here, the Callisto. Nyom. Nyom. Oh, and the laptop gun. Okay, no, I can't. We have to. I have it installed on my Xbox, and it's all hooked up to the capture card. I could just start playing Perfect Dark right now, but I won't. I'll save that for a stream. Rocket Frenzy. Future stream. Yeah. Woo! Throwing knives. I'll try it out. Is this acid? Yes. poop water. It's bad for the circuitry. I need healing. Haha, Genji Overwatch joke. God, I just remembered that they announced there's going to be a new Perfect Dark. And I'm so excited. That's shorty damage, so I'm going to take it. Ruins. Two basically identical weapons. One overheats, switch to the other one. Don't have to reload. Just switch. Oh, they reload automatically when you switch, which is that's good to know, actually. I mean, like, I know little to nothing about the new Perfect Dark, except for the fact that it's coming. I'm just hopeful. It's gotta be good. Eventually, there's gonna have... Statistically, we're eventually going to get a good Xbox exclusive. That's mean. Sea of Thieves is good. Halo Infinite was fine. The campaign was a little unfinished, but that's fine. I could go for a repair upgrade. Yeah. I need that. Moving for a nice FPS deathmatch without too much FOMO stuff in it. Yeah, that would be nice. Honestly, it's kind of why Knockout City's been in a sweet spot lately. I'm sure it's going to have a bit of FOMO in terms of cosmetics. But, like, as it stands as a shooter, I guess, in big air quotes, it just feels good to play. And right now there's no season or battle pass. It's just doing like a best of playlist. And then come the summer, it's supposed to go free to play and off of EA Origin. Can anything drop healing? I'd like a little healing. Thank you. I saw my health go up a tiny bit. There we go. Okay. I'm doing a bit too much. Go. All right. I mean, it doesn't stack, but I'll take it. Oh, there's like an invisible ceiling. Gotta take out those turrets. They're the worst bit. All right. Fast as fuck, boy. Yes, I want combustion. Ah, the poop water. I can aim. Okay. Resetting my grip here. I'm at 5 HP. Any hit'll kill me. Junk beam. Right, it's that. I stood still for 1 second. Alright, what are we at? Yeah, I only have the 3. Okay. Couple more runs of this. Then we'll switch off games here. Let's dual Uzis. That was a mistake. It wasn't. Never mind. Shorty damage. What was a mistake was getting hit by that landmine. I still haven't used all the guns in this game enough to know, like, which ones are the good ones. You know what I mean? There's been a few that have vibed with me, but, like, I don't know what the meta is, what the tier lists say. I haven't been on rankedboost.com. Restores health on Fury. Yes. I refuse to read anything else. I just saw restores health. Okay, but actually, what does it do? Heal when pissed. Weapon damage. That's what we like to see. So I did kill the boss in Oasis. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gained the Ruins key. Let's just keep pushing Ruins. What is that gun? Tommy gun. This does more damage. Is that level 2? It's level 1. 10% chance to fire a shotgun blast. That is kind of funny on a high fire rate, high magazine gun, where it's just like 100 shots, one of them is going to be a shotgun shell. That should be a Destiny perk. I wanted to take a second because I missed point blank with a shotgun shell, and that hurt. That did physical damage to me. Moving on. Alright, I'm happy with A rank both. Whatever. Usually better about the time, but that's fine. You can make the hover bus jump on the loading screen? Oh. Why would it tell me that after it finished loading? Let's go for explosion radius. Why not? I'm going to assume that the number of like upgrades to a weapon type increases the performance of that weapon type, but I could be wrong. Increases your damage by 20% while Fury is at max. Your Fury does not fade for 2 more seconds after reaching max Fury. Sure. Let's get pissed, baby. Shotgun. Grandma shotgun. With a chance of explosion. I didn't even see that. Yeah, 10%. 50% chance to first bullet grants explosive. Oh, that's tasty. I don't need any other gun. I just need to reload immediately and then shoot. And there's a 50% chance that it's just a big explosion of shotgun shells. This is amazing. Damn. Don't I have an explosion radius? I do. So that also helps. No thoughts. Head empty. Shotgun. That does explosions. No shots. Head empty. No shots, gun empty. That's the joke. I got there eventually. This is an item path, isn't it? Not if I jump into water. It's poisonous. That juicy poison water. Awesome. I forgot I had a machine gun this whole time. Why would I need it when I have a shotgun that does explosions? Ooh, now I get favorite weapon. And it increases reload speed. So yes, it's going to be this. See, that increases explosion radius. That increases weapon damage. But it doesn't increase weapon damage for this weapon type. So, let's go. Yeah, okay. So this is the strat now. So that 50% is very generous. And even when it's not, it's just a good shotgun. I'm getting a phone call, probably from a scammer. Just gonna go ahead and... Yeah, a 128 number. That's not even an area code I've heard of. missed. Now I just need to get the perk that gives me explosive damage on Shorty. Then I'll just do nothing but explosive shotgun. Uh, 75% chance for first bullet grant to be explosive. Doesn't do as much damage. Don't care, didn't ask, plus you're not a shotgun. Thanks, Grandma. Fuck standing still. I got a key. Field's key. Increases weapons fire rate. Yes. No. So this is an explosive weapon. I'll ditch movement speed for, thing. So wait, with the Field's key, that opens up the third path, I think, in the main zone. So I'll have to check that out. But that's the boss room. I'm feeling confident. Fire rate and reload speed. I can sacrifice shorty damage for that. I was so worried that was self-damage. Oh, I like this boss design. Oh! Damn it. No! Man, this run. It was going so good. I still don't have enough wrenches for the upgrades I've got left. That's 18. That's 12. We gotta unlock the new area. I don't know how far we're gonna get into it, but we gotta unlock it. LMG, power gloves. 50% of your bonus movement speed is added as damage? It would have been so great if I started with a weapon, or if a movement speed buff. Increases weapon and shorty damage by 40% against... Yeah. Do increase damage when close. I like the sounds of that. Sounds very juicy indeed. That's not the key? Where does the key work then? Oh yeah, so that does increase the damage of those weapon types. I guess we just keep trying on this boss. I mean, we got to the ruins boss, so it's possible. S tier. That's what it's all about. Getting into it. Feeling the vibe. Burning bonk. Increases shorty damage. Sure. I've already got a weapon damage, movement speed. Yeah, I'll take that. Wait, doesn't this weapon have a mod? Yeah, 50% of movement speed is added as damage. I mean, this gun has it too. Difference is it has slightly better fire rate. Projectiles bounce, 10% fire rate, projectiles pierce. Oh yes. So this is going to be a good run. I can feel it. Tachyon. Just gotta get right. Gotta get right in their grill and shoot them, you know? Ow. They're being shot at. All I need now is favorite weapon, which I just need to get RNG on leveling. Alright, there we go. Whoa, this is a new one. Okay. So what's this do? Fires a long-range shot. Oh, I can hurt them. Shorty damage. Yeah. Because again, this is converting movement speed into attack damage, so I want to keep movement speed up. Doing a hell of a lot better. Let me jinx it right now by saying that I'm doing absolutely great, and I don't see this run failing at all. Smiles. Stuck. There we go. Okay. It's the exact same one. Oh, different boss. Diggy Mole. I feel like I can handle this. Jesus. Well. I can upgrade that now. And we're level 4. We have engineer now. I get a drone. Sorry about that. Using drone when already at maximum drones deployed fully heals them. Okay, cool. Each scrap rat gather reduces cooldown. Okay, so that generates scrap. I just like commando too much. What can I say? The rockets, the shotgun, the perks. It's perfect for my playstyle. One more run, and then we'll swap off games here. Let's see what the game gives me RNG-wise. Dual Uzis. Fire rate, reload speed. Oh, they have a chance of explosive on shot, so that's amazing to start. I didn't even read. What else they got going on? 51% chance to trigger an explosion. Movement speed is added to damage. Perfect. And yeah, we're going with the short range once again. Shorty damage increased. I am here for this. I bounced off of a grenade as soon as it was shot. But we're good. We're good damage-wise. I'm feeling confident. Feeling fat and sassy. I missed that guy, but that's fine. I mean, hey, this thing has a chance to fire a shotgun blast. It's not as cool as explosives, but it's still cool. If I have to be up close anyway, it's not like it's a huge loss. Yeah! Oh my god, you can make it jump! That's awesome. Weapon damage, please. %125%. Oh, shorty bonus damage. But still. What's this do? Lowers movement speed while shooting, but I do increase damage against staggered enemies, which I'm pretty sure shorty does stagger. Just does more damage, which is what I need right now. Piss. All right. I said that was the last one. I'm going to stick to that. RoboQuest is a fucking good game though. I cannot get enough of that. Genuinely. Like, that stuff is just so cool. I'm going to chill on the screen for a sec while I boot up Arcade again. I'm just going to... some sirens down the street. Perhaps it's a fire. Because I live very close to a fire station. Oh. Now, I'm not sure how I configured this. How are folks doing in chat? I want to check in. Oh, good. I configured this windowed mode. Perfect. It is always a stab in the dark with indie games as to what resolution they'll allow me to do. But yeah, they just finished the winter update, which means that they're prepping for launch, which is cool. I didn't check what all the new stuff was that they added.
Yo! What? Oi! Aye! Yo! Aye!
I mean, that's just my hair, so I'm gonna grab that.
Yeah. Yo! Yeah.
I want checkered pastels for all of my weapons.
Yo! Yo!
Oh yeah, you offered daily challenges. Oh, they better organize the thing. That's cool. Yeah, I think it was this outfit paired with these because it's like a similar shade of blue. could be Shrek. See, that's actual orange hair. I just need a red top or something to match it. No. Let's just stick with that. But... it's gonna bug me. That'll work for now. It's not like not a ton is changed. Oh yeah, there's a ping. There's a ping. I guess that is a new thing. Pretty sure they added emotes, but I haven't seen any. It's still telling me I've got new customization. Oh yeah, the weapon stuff. Oh, there's weapon feats to unlock. Very interesting. That's new. I don't remember getting that skin, but I have it. Yeah, the rainbow tint was another one I was going for all the weapons. But I also really like how the checkered pastel looks. Although in this case, I already have the rainbow tint. Just checking all my weapons here. Oh yeah, the rainbow bat just made it smooth. So what's the plugins? Huh. These are new. These are all... I've not seen this before. Increase the shield. Healing performed by the player is doubled. Increased health. Speed increase for 5 seconds after the shield breaks. You unlock that level 50. Fully heal when using the difficulty alter. Okay. Increased slide damage. I'm just going to go for the health stuff. Or no, I thought there was another one here. Yeah, this one. So the gauntlet, I like Tiny Tornado. I haven't unlocked Doom Ball or Glitch Monster yet. But I'm pretty sure that's from these next upcoming challenges. Pretty sure these guys are like, you have unfinished.
Dizzy, kid. You coming or going this time? Well, hurry up. Do I look like I've got time to just wait around?
There's full voice acting now?
Bye.
Okay. That's a nice little update that I was not expecting. God, what does he sound like?
Once you wrest full control of Gillies, we'll have to do something to clean the place up. You're right, my bad. Wrecking Ball will do the same job in half.
Get Benter.
Yes?
Okay, so I was not expecting voices. Everyone before was talking, like, Simlish, so, like... Oh my god, what do the robots sound like? Okay, they didn't get a voice. Right, before I jump into a game fully, I need to pee, so I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. I didn't fall in. Oh, shit! Okay, so you can start at a higher difficulty. That's so cool. Let's just get warmed up here. We're gonna start level 1. We need to get back into the vibe of the game because it's been a bit. Ugh. I don't know why it's so blurry. Oh yeah, the kill multiplier. Music, of course, fantastic. Give me that. I also feel like they've enhanced some of the visual effects as well. There's guns in boxes now. They're lower rarity, but still. I'm also very curious with the incentive of the developing feats for various different weapons, you know? Like maybe I can buff the default pistol. Bigger visual indication that you're doing stuff. I also think they added a new boss in a boss arena since I last played, which is kind of cool. Oh, and a ton more music. All of it's still incredible. Dropping these vibes, dude. I mean, what's my current money? 924. Yeah, let's get the guillotine. I think my only complaint would be that, like, oh man, that's hard to read. That's another complaint. My main complaint about this game has always been that, like, you have to do a challenge every run. Like, you can't leave it half completed. You have to do a step every run, which can be a little discouraging when some of them are, like, stacked with objectives, you know? Oh, these guys spawn in more levels now. That's cool. I do need assault rifle kills, so gotta keep using this. Oh yeah, I forgot it has a slam. Swing! Shaw! The Mystic Isles. How did all of that miss point blank? Oh, that was my shield thing. Video game developers who produce PC games, stop swapping E and F. Alright, I was supposed to go through the cave. I'm just exploring now. The coins thing should be fairly straightforward. E for interact. It's a... yeah, it's a shotgun. The daily is shotgun kills. I want to get a couple kills here because I need money. I also do appreciate the visual indicator on your multiplier, because a couple of games that do multipliers don't tell you how long you got. I just ran out. Are you fucking kidding me? Also, if I know this cave biome enough, there should be a thing to get. Nah. Oh, wait. Melee damage. Yeah. Yeah, I could open the boss door, but I could also not. I should be fine on ammo. Are you kidding? 650. Alright, fine. Then I will pick up ammo. I will go through the portal. After I kill these guys. Eliminate 50 enemies with the grunt. Whee! Boss fight. What boss could it be? Oh, it's the mech. Alright. Have a tornado. Wow, that did nothing. Worth a shot. And you know what? It almost paid off. Where's my shield regen at? Ooh, just keep moving. Get the health boxes. They did make the boss fights feel a little bit more intense. It could also be the weapons I'm using. Who's to say? There we go. Alright, what's in the boss chest? Money, baby. Lots of money. Holy shit. Already have that shotgun. Oh, I got a continue token from that. That's cool. And I already have that gun. Alright. Well, I'm loaded. So that's a bonus. Spark City. Oh yeah, I think this is like yeah, this is one of the newer biomes. I've not seen this outside of the trailer. Where are we at? I need 15,000 coins. I'm at 6,000. I'm loving the vibes of this map already. Alright, I want to know where this goes. A rooftop. Interesting.
Just subscribe!
I'm now officially your common law juicer.
Common law juicer. I don't think I'm familiar with the term, but thank you for dropping by. Hope you're doing good, Nolan. Oh, I'm running out of ammo. Alright. Where is ammo? See, one problem with this game, or with this level design, I can already tell. It's a term XQC uses for his most dedicated fans. I see. I'm really not familiar with XQC. I try not to be. Basically, all I really know about the guy is he got kicked off an Overwatch League team for being an asshole, and I haven't really followed him since. But, you know, I'm not here to yuck any yums. I'm sure he's entertaining. I'm just picky about who I watch, you know? Says the person who's been watching Vareity videos on repeat for the past few weeks. Bug toast a lot during the Among Us days. Man, remember Among Us? I have no idea. I just been watching a lot of Dark Souls lore videos, and he's like the main one, the main channel for it. It's been him and Iron Pineapple. I've been watching a lot of videos. Elden Ring has gotten me into a full-on From Software mood. So I've been binging a lot of... While playing Elden Ring, I've been binging lore videos. Though I haven't found a ton of super comprehensive... Illusory Wall's another good one. Yeah, I've been watching his videos a lot lately. A lot more of the technical stuff, but it's really fascinating. Okay. Let's get some juicy ammo. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I don't know how to get to the door. Oh, is it up here? Oh, there's no mantling in this game. So I gotta go a long way around. I'll drink my coffee. That's not hydration, I know. It's a liquid. I've put it in my body. A real one for drinking coffee after noon. I mean, I debated mixing a Wraith, but I didn't want to sit down and do that. I just thought, like, I'll just do another coffee. I would if it didn't bug my GRD. Yeah, that's fair. I'll be honest, when I read that, I assumed the acronym was gastrointestinal. I know it's not. It's just that's what popped up in my head. Ah, yes, gastrointestines. Ooh, a subway station. Ooh! Oh, it's a functioning subway station. So now I have to wait for the train. There we go. That's cool. I like that. That's some level variety we haven't seen in this game yet. Alright, got a daily done. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, I'm out of ammo! No! I will say, it is so nice seeing this game fleshed out. Like, following it since launch. For me, it stands for guy eating really dull food. Oh, man. That's fair, though. Ammo. Ammo, please. Max health increase. I'll take it. There we go. But yeah, I like seeing the new maps, some of the new weapons, the perk systems. This game has been fleshed out since launch, and I'm so here for it. I should get healed. I'm also going to swap off. I don't want Tornado anymore. Yeah, let's call it an Orbital Strike. And how many times can I upgrade the difficulty? Cool. So where are we at now? 4 out of 10 manually increased difficulty. Awesome. protection. I assume that's for my abilities. It is also funny to think that this is from the people who made Predator Hunting Grounds, a game I'm not very well familiar with, but I have been assured is fun by my one friend who's super into Predator. Well, that lagged my game. Alright, so I got to the top of the scoreboard. I need to do the bonus objectives now. Things hurt. What can I say? Let's get to the boss. Hi, Lily. Who are we fighting? The CEO. All right. Are we going to do it in the new map? Nope. Original map. That's fine. I'm gonna die. They've definitely made the difficulty... Ooh! They've definitely made, like, the difficulty increases a much more significant thing to be worried about. Like, before, as the difficulty increases, it's like, yeah. More enemies, slightly more health, whatever. But, like... Now it's feeling a bit more significant. And I missed my orbital laser. Beat your boss with a baseball bat. This message has been endorsed by me. If you get fired because of me, that's not my fault, but beat your boss with a baseball bat. Just do it, it'll be funny. Okay. You don't have to reload a baseball bat, which is what I've always said. You don't have to reload a baseball bat. Quotes from Goro Majima. Where are you going, bud? Where are you going? All right. Almost dead. Hey, guess what? I think about Max Brooks said something to the same effect about knives. No, yeah. I think the funniest thing to me that I learned a while ago, but I'm pretty sure, like, following the success of Minecraft, Max Brooks wrote a book about it. And it was about, like, a person getting stuck in Minecraft or something. And it was... He had never played it. And it's just... The excerpts I've read from it sound fascinating. Because it's, like, very tongue-in-cheek, but also it's, like, old man trying to understand video games vibes. Where are you going? Almost threw my mouse off the desk. Called the back rooms years ahead of time. I feel like the back rooms taps into a genuine fear within humankind, especially following modern society and, like, the idea of liminal spaces and the things between. That there's, like, this terrifying idea of these places that exist in all these little nooks and crannies of the mind of the world, you know? I'm talking out of my ass. I just like the back rooms. I think it's cool. You see Solar Sand's video on the back rooms. I did not. I should... Usually I get into a big mood when it comes to, like, spooky stuff. Even if it's not, like, super spooky, just, like, mood stuff, you know? And a few... I got, like, big into binging Nexpo. It's so disappointing watching a video of his where he's talking about, like, an internet cult, and it's just boring. Like, like, yeah, cults are spooky and shit, but, like, cults aren't what they used to be, you know? Yeah, by the end of this run, I'm going to have a bunch of accolades for this gun. Tell me what you know the Empyreans. Very little. How you doing? I'm doing good. I am simply vibing. How are you doing, Lily? Are you still at work, or? I'm at Wisconsin. Oh, that's worse. They're gods in Elden Ring with only one parent. Okay. Right, right. The Empyreans are like, what the fuck are they? Is that what, Nicola is? He's like in an egg. So is Ronnie. Okay. Ronnie's still a fascinating character to explore because of the idea of destined death and how it works. Yeah, Merrigan and Radagon's children. Yeah, that includes Ronnie and Nicola and Melania. And sometimes it decides to not. Well, like, I'm pretty sure, much like in the Souls universe, like, the godlike beings have just decided that they don't need to die. So like, Ronnie's whole thing with Destined Death was to push for everyone to die, I guess. This is me speculating. I literally don't know. Also, hi, Nyx. I'd like to get to the shop first before I do another boss fight. Jesus. Survive a horde. Okay. I can do that. The big amount of lore that I've been kind of diving into has been surrounding the Three Fingers, because I think it's really fascinating. You need to light the Erd Tree and recover Destined Death in order for the Erd Tree to actually be destroyed. See, the funny thing about destroying the Erd Tree is I didn't even think that was our intention. I thought, like, the end goal was just to get into the tree. It's like how you get locked out of your house, so you burn your house down. So the Higher Order wanted to groom Ronnie to replace Marika because the Higher Order believes in the cycle of life and death. So Marika, wanting to stay in power, shattered the ring. Ronnie did what she did because she rejected the Higher Order, but because her flesh was Empyrean, she couldn't resist. So she killed her body and freed her soul, and that's why she's a doll. Okay, so I also assumed that there was, like... Okay, so that explains, like, the ritual, like, the falling out that she had had with Renala, who... Was Renala her birth mother or not? Because there seems to be an implication there, but I'm not 100% sure. The environments in this game make me think of the dodgeball game. Yes, it is very stylistic. And I'm into it. I need ammo. Cool. Marika and Radagon are the same person. Yeah, I did figure that one out. Nearly every Souls plot revolves around gods artificially extending the age where they rule. Yeah. I think that's a fascinating thing, the attitude that Miyazaki has to the concept of gods, or godlike beings. Almost to the point of, like, disdain. Or maybe it's just a broader allegory for older systems not working and forcing themselves to stay in power, despite the fact that it's destroying not only the world around them, but themselves. He got stuck in the floor. I don't think the glass works properly here. There seems to be a big theme about, like, the rejection of systems and status quo, but not, like, directly at the player. You can continue the status quo if you want to, but so much is in place for you to question and for you to make your own conclusions. It's really interesting. Oh god, it's the glitch bot. This is one of the new bosses. So, like, the implication in this game is that demons are glitches, which I really love. So this is the Fury Demon. Tradition versus progressive strategy, I think. Yeah. It's definitely a vibe. Well, he's terrifying. Stand perfectly still. Thank you. That only did 1 health bar. I'll also mention that this game is $20 and it has co-op. Yeah, if there's one thing if there's like 2 or 3 things I know about Miyazaki, he hates organized religion, he loves wolves, and he has a thing for feet. The feet thing comes from the fact that, feet in poison swamps. Apparently, Melina was supposed to be barefoot, but a designer said, hey, you've made a lot of female characters barefoot. Oh, also he loves Berserk, but that goes without saying. I don't know if his love of Berserk reinforces his love of wolves, or if he just really likes wolves and happens to like Berserk. This rocket launcher is not doing a lot of damage. Oh, the other thing I'll mention, since I brought up the game is co-op and cheap, it is an Epic Games exclusive. So that is my apologies for that, if you're bummed out about that company. I haven't seen Berserk, but knowing how beloved it is and the fact that it's short, I'm worried it'll be overhyped. I've heard so many mixed things about the anime adaptations, but the manga's, like, supposed to be really good. Though very dense and very heavy. I do grab the free stuff, though. Same. That does remind me that I got Control from them for free. But, I mean, I also have Game Pass, and Control's also on that. That is a game I need to play. Maybe when I beat Hollow Knight, I might do Control next. Because I absolutely loved Alan Wake. And I think Remedy does good game. I didn't do the DLC, though. Yeah. I'm kind of curious about it. I mean, there's one that gives you cat ears. The one thing I have seen big excite for Alan Wake 2. I forgot about Alan Wake 2. Like that in Quantum Break. I have a funny story about Quantum Break. Microsoft Canada usually does big promotions here in Toronto. And they converted what used to be like this burger place into a promotional place for Quantum Break. And me and my friends assumed that it was just a new burger place that opened up, but then we noticed that, like, the glass was broken, and there was a bunch of props in the window. And, like, the whole bit was that it was a burger place in the middle of a shootout, and time had frozen. Like in the video game. So we got to play Alan Wake. We got to play Quantum Break early. I also got a shirt, but that has long since been lost. It also didn't fit. It was a large. It does not fit me anymore. This boss is taking a bit. Maybe it has something to do with difficulty 10 and the fact that I'm using very basic weapons. There we go. No, I didn't open the chest. Give me the money. Well, give me the money. Ooh, altar discount. Hunter. It's just another assault rifle. What does this do? Hold on. Okay. It makes noise. Where did my rocket launcher go? I want that back. Did it fall through the world? Well, we're keeping the funny noise gun. The amount of stuff that you have to do in these challenges is getting steep. Oh, I do appreciate that it tells you now, like, your buffs and stuff. It did not do that previously. And I have continues available. And I'm inside a computer. This is what it looks like. God, I miss Reboot. What is shooting at me? Oh, it's you. Is Reboot, like, copyright free? Can I watch it on stream? You could say they need to reboot the series. They don't. They did do a reboot. It was a reboot of Reboot. It was bad. They decided to do it live action, which is like when you revive a show from the early 2000s that was primarily in cartoonishly terrible CGI. You lose something when you use real people. Live action Beast Wars. I'd be impressed if they did any live action Transformers stuff. I say after, you know, there's the movies, but you know what I mean. So, I don't know what Party Favor does. It seems to make enemies angry. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me. What part of excuse don't you understand? It costs so much money to heal. Oh yeah, the game is getting chunky difficult now. Keep doing the little dance. Gotta keep doing a little dance. Little dance that keeps you alive. Woo! Wait. No. Wait. No. Wait. If I can make it to the pay to live station, I can res myself. I can make it. I can make it. No, I can't. Gotta continue, though. I want to finish one or two more bonus challenges before I end this run. Oh, it's a grenade launcher. The issue with fighting these enemy types is this assault rifle has bullet tracking, and it doesn't shoot through. It doesn't aim for headshots. It aims for center mass. So for enemies with weak spots, it's a little trickier to hit. Oh, it tells you what key color you have now. That's super fucking handy, actually. So I have to disengage lockdown. Don't know why I'm plugging what looks to be a USB stick into a VGA port. I don't know what that's going to accomplish. I'm full on ammo. I do not have enough money to increase difficulty, so that's going to say it sticks. Sticks. The jig is up, moving on. They finally found me. Fuck you. Oh, I missed. Oh, neat. Secret. Oh, almost. That's a good weapon that guy has. Man, that's a good gun. Alright, do I have enough money to heal? Kind of. Alright, let's just keep moving. To stand still is to die. Oscar Wilde said that. He said that as he was brandishing a gun at somebody entering his home. Fire hurts. Really, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Fire fucking hurts. How come that explosion doesn't do any... Okay, no, we're done. That's the end of the run. Holy shit, top 100, baby! I could just turn it in. I think I'm going to. The modus operandi is profiting off of the games of others. Here, in this arcade, we actually play them.
Deal? Number one rule in business? Never assume a verbal contract to be legally binding.
You chose the challenge. Now just admit you lost.
Bloodwood. Young, naive Bloodwood.
We're probably the same age.
That little wager was a pathetic distraction. The board has wasted enough time. Cooperate, and we'll let your uncle keep his other arm. Or we can do this the hard way.
You're scum.
No, we're the opposite. We bite out scum last year. The board will be excited to hear that you've chosen the path of most resistance. Give it a rest, kid. What?
Before, you said I'd be lucky to get one. What happened sucked, but I learned to play games from my uncle. And my Uncle Gilly taught me win or lose, GG. Good game. Oh, I got Glitch Monster.
Whatever. Good game. Now, if you excuse us, we're off to trample your uncle's legacy into dust.
Kid, you're alive.
You're alive! Oh, I don't like Gilly's voice.
Are you kidding? How? No, don't tell me, because I'll probably imagine a scenario that's way cooler than the truth. But still, you're welcome. Now hand it over and let's see if my counter program can save Tomball.
Oh yeah, I forgot he was hacked. Oh!
Oi! You! It's just that... Don't you ever scare me like that again, Tombot. Understand? Or do I have to rewire your thick brain?
It's adorable.
Good.
I love this little guy.
Now, sentimental reunions aside, back to the issue at hand. Tell me everything. Wait, seriously? And then what happened? You're kidding. You don't say. How did...
I don't speak Wingding.
Fully Arcade-ageddon? You betcha. All the fun of a corporate virus throwing your game haywire with none of the downsides. That I did. Mostly my program, but you helped. Good job. Somehow, our industrious Tombot here was able to retain the virus's server access.
Tombot still has access to the... Maybe we can command them. All the FFC secret files.
Hot damn! Pretty much. The board must be losing their collective mind over this. How many times do I have to tell you? Game devs never retire! But maybe a long vacation wouldn't be so bad. But what about you, kid? You came out here...
Yeah, I'm digging this.
Gilly. You did, you two. And then some. Definite possibility. Could get you an extra set of keys to Gilly's. But don't even think of changing the name. That goes for you too, Rust Bucket. Don't think in all your little glitch fun that I didn't see the sign for Tombots.
Oh yeah, there's all the gangs that we helped out. This is one of the earliest games I remember streaming on this channel. So it's interesting to see the journey, you know? Oh shit! Wait, is this the end? I guess. The gangs are still here because I haven't finished their objectives. And this gang requires PvP.
Yo. What?
Alright, what's on sale? The shop changes a lot less frequently, which is good. Because I remember before it was like every 5 minutes or something stupid like that. Right, I want to try out Glitch Monster. No, I still like this look. Do one more run. These runs go a little bit longer, but that's because they go as long as you can survive, you know? I want to get a bunch of kills with the starter pistol and just see if I can't build feats for it, you know? If I can buff the pistol... Like, listen to that. I will basically fill in for folks who are a bit confused about the plot. Your uncle runs an arcade. He developed a video game called Arcade-ageddon that was supposed to save his arcade from going out of business. A corporation called Fun Co. thought it was a threat to business, so they hacked your uncle's game in order to shut it down from the inside or to bankrupt his arcade so that they could buy it. And then they would officially control all games and media. I don't think the irony is lost on the developers for having this game included on the Epic Games Store. This was also a PlayStation Plus game at launch. And I believe there is crossplay. Though I could be wrong because it's a PlayStation game. It's paid game or free to play? It's paid for. At launch, it was about like 20-ish bucks. I think it still is, but it is Epic Game and PlayStation PS5 exclusive right now. Seems fun. I might get it. I recommend it. It's very fast-paced. The game has been getting a lot of consistent updates. Though, I say consistent. They finished the winter update now in April. But, like, they've at least kept to their promises on their roadmap, even if it took them a little bit longer than they said it would. Which I appreciate. They did announce that there's, like, this update's supposed to include emotes, but I haven't seen any. Or any ways to do them. I also don't get the opportunity to show off the multiplayer stuff, because one thing you can do is when you reach midpoints at every store, you can do a mini PvP game with a friend. I'm gonna commit to just default pistol run. But yeah, you can do mini PvP sessions, and the winner of the challenge gets bonus loot. But on top of that, they've also decided to make the playlist like a standalone playlist of the PvP minigames. Though that requires people to be playing this game. Which if the Twitch algorithms, or if the Twitch numbers are anything to go by, not the most popular game. But then again, it's also not the most well-known. But I like shouting it out because I really dig the art style. It plays really smoothly. The music has been something that has burned its way into my playlists since hearing it. And like I had mentioned, it's like one of the earliest games I remember streaming. Well, it did come out, like, it released in early access last year. So it is still fairly new. Well, I don't need to worry about ammo or raising difficulty. Hey, Kuki. Just gonna keep shooting this pistol until I win. Oh yeah, I know this map layout. You gotta climb the hill here. I was kind of hoping to see an increased frequency of the newer biomes, but there's only like 3 or 4 anyway. Released by an Asian indie game studio. No, this is this was developed by Ilphonic, who I think they worked on. Well, they worked on Predator Hunting Grounds, but I also think they worked on the Friday the 13th game. Predator Hunting Grounds, yeah, Friday the 13th. Sonic Boom. They apparently did a port of Sonic Boom. This is what I saw on the Google result for Ilphonic. They're a smaller studio, but they're still like, yeah. I figure the exclusivity rights for releasing on still an early access game at the moment. It is nearing release. They've done all of the major updates before release. I hear it, chest. Nah, just a sniper rifle. Damn it. There we go. I don't seem to be gaining feats for this. You were in the ground. Alright, I want to see what the monster does. Oh, I love him. Looks like a Ben 10 creature. Alright, enough of the pistol. We're gonna use different weapons now. Hey, we entered Destiny 2. I didn't even have to pay $40. Big fan of Ben 10 as a toddler. I watched it a bit. I think when it started coming on air, it was after the time I was done watching, not done watching cartoons, but like done watching Saturday morning stuff. And it was on a channel that I didn't really watch. I have such a weirdly specific window of nostalgia for television. It's what I end up talking about a lot on the podcast. There we go. Alright, what do you got? It's like reload speed. Well, I want to know what this does, so I'm going to buy it. Okay. Can't sprint with it out. Master Blaster. There we go. I guess when I read the description of Lance Cannon, I didn't think it would be like, yeah, like the railroad spike gun in Fallout. Nostalgia for the good old days of Saturday morning. No, not talking about Ben 10. On my Twitter, I've linked to it. My buddy and I do a podcast called WHY TV, where we talk about old Canadian television. We've recorded a couple of episodes now. I'm hoping to get them uploaded to YouTube soon, because I've reached the upload limit on SoundCloud. But we've talked about shows like 15 Love, sticking around. We recently finished Carl Squared, and we are in the process of watching Transformers Beast Wars, which I had recently finished the first season of. And rewatching that show has been a journey. I definitely feel like Beast Wars was an early furry awakening for me. Absolutely. Whee! I do love the urban designs in this game. Is there a pin tweet to your official Twitter profile page where I can find the podcast? If you go to my Twitter, in my profile there is a couple of links in my bio. There's a couple of Twitter accounts that I've linked to. There's Wraith and Okayist, who are the two people that I work with. But beyond that, there is the YTV Podcast Show. Is the other added link. I need to update that Twitter a bit, because I haven't been on there in a while. But that is where all of that is the main social media platform right now. Alright, there we go. Yeah, the city designs here are so good. I need to boot up SoundPad. My apologies. Turn you down. Turn you up.
Speakers.
I'm not at home. This isn't my home.
Not at home. Enter hole. Alright, who are we fighting? CEO. Alright. Saw blades. Ah, dang it. Well, the glitch monster proves to be a very useful gauntlet ability. Stop running! There we go. Alright, assault rifle damage up. Ability damage up. Wonder how that's going to affect my boy. That's a grenade launcher, right? Yes. Let's get a baseball bat. Why not? Spark City. Thank you. Oh. Oh, come on. There we go. What are we at? Assault rifle, shotgun damage. I should find a shotgun. That didn't really accomplish much. I was kind of hoping there was like a chest or something. there anything back here? No. I had to check. Gotta check every nook and cranny. Is it in the wheel? I see it. I need like a better vantage. There we go. Perfect. All right. Beat your skull in. My rainbow bat. All right. 1 as a treat. Ooh, I like this. The open window diner. That's cool. Ooh, where's this lead? Ha 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 ha. No shotgun. But I'll take the ice SMG. Why not? It's kind of like your hand cannon. Bit chunkier. Disengage lockdown. Whoa. Neat. Oh, that's sick. This level design's really cool. I'm just taken aback by it. The water's electrified. That's a big heads up. Alright, and that's where the red key goes. Really like Spark City. Really well designed. Oy. I'm just so glad it's not freezing anymore. Weather's just getting nice now. Whee! Wait, is that? Oh yeah, that's one fun thing to mention with elemental effects. When you freeze flying enemies, they just fall to the ground and shatter. Oh my, that's a message. I have a recommendation for you if you're also interested in playing it online or offline for yourself, or if you tried to do a playthrough stream on your Twitch channel. It's fully realized. Fully released game that's non-early access, so here it is. The game is called Ghost Runner. Oh! Ghost Runner, yes, yes. I played a bit of the demo a while back. I did stream that, and I really enjoyed my time in it. I might throw that on for a Vareity day like this. I think I recently got it for free. Because of it was an Epic Games free game a while ago. So I should have it somewhere. But I remember enjoying it from what I played. It was a game I was following. So that might be a future feature here on the Thursdays. The full game. Like, Epic Games does the free games giveaway occasionally. That's a shotgun, I think. Yes, it is. It's a lightning shotgun. I'm about that. Do those count as Surge Gauntlet kills? They don't. So maybe I should... I'm just gonna grab Fireball. Whoop. Oh, the demon. The Data Demon Prince. That's agenda right there. half health. Saying a bunch of things I can kind of understand. Oh god. Ah, shit. Oh, there's gotta be health crates somewhere. Damn. Would I res if I walk over this health crate? No. Well, that's a shame. I've got to continue. I'm gonna fight that boss easy. They're tricky, but like, I'm confident. Confident. Oh, good. A different boss. This one's a bit more manageable. Keyword bit. Can still be a pretty tricky fight. Moving. Holy shit. That was way too close for comfort. Alright. Get that cash. Fire rate. Damage versus bosses. Let's get the missile launcher. I'm not seeing any other healing here, so that's an issue, but we'll press on. These runs go a lot longer than most. I think it's because of the loading screens and the amount of stuff there is to do per level. So I'm gonna say like this is the last run of this. We're gonna switch to Wobble Dogs and chill after that. But yeah, good to see that the game is still getting regular updates and that it's getting close to launch. I'm excited for it. I'm supportive of the devs. I'm into it. My only complaint, and I've already mentioned it on stream, but I'm going to mention it again, is that challenges need to be done in such a way that you can chip away at progress on them instead of having to finish a challenge a run. So it's just really exhausting. And it's something they can implement because, like, the Tombot challenges progress over multiple. Okay. Sure. Can't go wrong with an explosive assault rifle. I mean, it depends on what you mean by explosive. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Oh, hey, another boss fight. What gonna be this time? Oh, the Fury Demon. Last time I fought this, I just spammed rockets from halfway across the map, and that seems like a good strategy now. That was a wall. Ooh, right. That's why I don't want to get close to you. Yeah, just stand right there. Just stand right there. Thanks. Oh god. Okay. I think those hit the wall, but that's fine. It's like changed its orientation. Alright, that's it. Done. Awesome. Yeah, I'll grab the sword. And the outlaw. Although, yeah, I have 2 assault rifle damage, 2 shotgun damage. Ooh, cold shoulder. Alright, that's blue, that's green. Alright. Oh, yes. That feels good. Alright, let's bust out the guillotine. I see the chest. Give me the chest. Oh, thank you. Oh, I didn't make the multiplier in time. I had a 10 times multiplier, though. Oh, wow. Boss fight already. Well, let's go to the shop first. Yeah, you get boss fight approval, if that's the term. Like whenever you do you kill a certain number of enemies or whatever. Damn it! I need money. Is that just enough? Yes. No. There we go. It's a higher rarity version of the gun I already had, so it should do a chunk more damage. What's the boss fight gonna be this time? There's only like 4 bosses. Ah, the prince again. How many games does this game currently have now? It's in early access. The stages are kind of randomized. So it's essentially like Warframe, where you have the different types of levels, and within that there is a tile set that you can get. And the different tile sets, like, change the patterns and stuff like that. So Spark City was one they just added. It's new to me. Are you stuck in the... Yes, you are. You're stuck in the ground. That's unfortunate for you. Infinite unlimited state. Yeah. It can go on forever. You can end the run whenever you want, which is something that I appreciate. So, like, even if a run is going well, you can just end it if you're done. Man, that was unfortunate. They got stuck in the floor like that. But we take those. Did we get a new melee weapon? Yes, we did. So we have increased melee damage by 40%, which is absolutely massive. Oh, I killed all 4 bosses. I got a collectible for it. Oh, that just literally ends the run if you kill all 4 bosses. Okay. Did not know that. That's cool. I'll take that. Oh, yeah, interesting. Where is my collectible? Oh, it's here on the table. With his head off. He is cold and ruthless and wants to take over Gilly's arcade. Alright, it's been enough time. Oh, God, that's awful.
Yoy!
Yes.
Aye.
White beanie.
What? Oi.
I don't get it. Man, facial hair does not look good.
Yo. What?
In this game. Also gives me a good opportunity to see about the feats, because... Yeah. Well, I got a skin for you. Oh! Oh, shit! Okay. So unlocking feats with a gun gives you, like, special skins for them. Very cool. I don't know how many kills I got with other guns. Not enough is the answer. There doesn't seem to be any feats attached to the bat, which is unfortunate. Or any of the unique weapons. I was getting killed with the light gun, though. But yeah, there's no feats for the light gun either. That's a shame. Okay. Oh, here's the emotes. Hey, Gabe. Doesn't tell you how to do the emotes, though. And yeah. I got a new tint for that hair. Cool.
Ah, looky. Hey, and when I see girls a bit depends. Do you have what it takes right now? Love it, kid. Yeah, baby. What? You're still here?
Let's see. I want to do one run of this and see if anything happens.
Huh.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll do one run of this and then we'll switch games here.
Yeah?
If.
Yo.
Oi.
Was this always here? It's like an elevator. Huh. I'm just gonna go home. Ooh. Ooh, we're trying that again. Can I? No. No? You don't want to? Piss. We'll give it to 3 minutes, and then I'm just gonna stop. Because I don't think there's anyone matchmaking in the online multiplayer right now.
Yo.
Yeah, it's not happening. All right. We're going to switch gears here, and we're going to play a bit more of a chill game tonight. To finish out the Variety stream showcase, we're going to be jumping into Wobble Dogs, which was a game that I played on here before, many a moon ago. It's a little, like, dog breeding simulator thing, sort of. But little did I know that on March 30th, it had an official release. Or not even. On the 15th. March 30th is just the newest news thing. It's over 2 weeks since Wobble Dogs left early access. So yeah, the game is officially out of early access, which is exciting because I've not played it since early access. So let's jump in. I hope I don't have to play it like start a new save to get all the new achievements. Alright, we're gonna go back to the full screen here. Wobble dogs are their own species. The foods they may be unsafe to feed to an actual dog. Always a good lesson to learn. Let's swap the screen here. We were dog. Yep, okay, there's all the achievements. Right, so, paying attention to where we were, we've got Steven, Crouton, Wolf, and Brick. I think Brick was the achievement, my greatest achievement. He was the smallest possible dog I could have made. Wolf and Steven managed to get tails. I also corrupted them a stupid amount. Oh yeah, Brick is the tiniest boy. Yeah. And he's so grumpy. He's so grumpy. It has been a while since we've visited these children. So let's also check in with the habitat. So we have the nursery here, where they are born, raised in the egg chambers. This is a main habitat. They decided to build some mounds here, so it's where they live. Down here is also where there's a mound, but I've made this kind of a play space. It's full of a lot of interactive toys. There's the TV, the sock and bopper. There's a fan. Or there was a fan, but it kept knocking this thing around, and it would bump into the dogs. This is sort of a garden that is also a graveyard. There's a memorial to Randy, Lego Boy, and Extra. Brick is so angry. I'm trying my best to speak. Good boy. Oh yeah, we were like 48% completion on a bunch of the challenges. Crossbreed at 0% stability. Well, I know what we're doing. Oh, we don't have any eggs. Oh, we do. We do have eggs. All right, brick. A wolf. We're gonna open the stream with some science. So what kind of dog are we gonna end up creating here? Let's crossbreed you. We need to keep the tail. I want tiny body, long limbs. Oh, I like the tiny tail too. Let's keep you. Let's keep some color variety as we descend into madness. Massive litter. No tails. I want that teal. And we're going to keep the tails. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, I love it when the music gets all wonky. We're going to try to keep the short tail. Oh, we got a gray boy. I'm all about being an affront to science. How much lower can we go her? I'm committing to the gray now. How bad can the data get? Oh, I'm liking this, like, shiny dark purple. Tiny litter. Oh, I can't crossbreed anymore. The game said no. Oh yeah, Steven's a juvenile. Oh, you digging, wolf? Better not eat dirt. I'm gonna be so upset if you eat some dirt. Pink interior. Oh. Let's go for it in this room, because I have the stained carpet. Don't eat your teeth. Don't eat your baby teeth. Drop it. Yes. I appreciate you pooping. Don't eat your baby teeth. The end is near. Crouton has lived a long, full life. Oh no, Crouton's gonna die! No, Crouton! Well. That's nature. Anyway, you get in here. I want you to eat this. I'm trying my best to eat dog body. Should I play this cosplay order? Should I play this cosplay order? I do get like a bunch of back and tax returns. Do what feels right. Live your life. Should I place this cosplay order? Or do I get a bunch back and... Yeah, fuck it. I want him to eat the body because the body contains the core. And the core I can use to make another gravestone. Aw. Hi, wolf. Memorialize. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There. An egg. Suburban food dispenser. Finally! Alright. Thematically, that fits perfectly down here. So we're going to build a food dispenser down here. Oh, I have some trees to plant. I should do that. Alright, so what kind of foods exist here? Pancake, garlic bread, chip, lasagna, pizza bagel. Monday's right, haha. We're gonna get some goddamn pizza bagels. I love this fridge, actually. It's adorable. Wobble bopper. You digging up my flowers? Don't eat dirt. Let me clean up your poop. Steven, I love you. Don't eat dirt. All more dogs to spend time down here. But they refuse. They care not for the whims of of their master. Hey. No, 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 where are you going? You gonna go to bed? Hey, this den's huge, I forgot. Upgrade den. Oh, I don't have any upgrades. I don't know how to get den upgrades anyway. But I know that, like, that was a new thing they added. Just gonna replace the food here with the suburban food because I want to know what gut flora comes out of it. Make your dog's breath smell even worse. He slept enough. I'm gonna make him get up and eat. Come on, Steven. Trying my best to eat garlic bread. Come on, Steven. I'm trying my best to eat garlic bread. Try harder. There you go. All right. Now you're allowed to pupate. Man, he lost a lot of teeth. All right. I think that brings Steven to young adult. Teen. Oh, he became much shinier and much larger, but retained the cube shape. His back legs are so much larger. Okay, so that just increases body size. We learned so much. Alright, so the new flora. Big nose. Lots of different shapes going on there. Sometimes it's report an unnatural fear of this flora. Alright, so garlic bread does that. This just make big. Big. I like that. And what does it do? Big. Alright, so this... Pancakes are unknown. Oh, we found a capsule. Peking dog wallpaper. Yeah, that's going in here. 100%. It's terrifying. I love it. Can I get a matching floor? Kinda. It's close enough. Right, let me clean up. Destroy the garlic bread. God, that makes me hungry, actually. I would destroy some garlic bread right now. Are you fucking kidding? And pancakes. Alright, the one down here, we're gonna change that to chip. Big old pile of Doritos. Oh, damn. Bunch of trees grown in here. I forgot you could summon ghosts. Oh, don't eat the poop. Ghost. Eating the ghost poop. Alright, so that does something. We're learning. Did you poop? Levitate? Alright, so they seem to be maintaining themselves here. Oh, right, because you're a ghost. That's why there's the levitate ability. Banish! Be gone! Oh, Brick. Brick can't eat his food. But he's so hungry. Hey. Eat the lasagna. Alright, yeah, lasagna also makes you big. Just had to confirm. You. Okay. Excuse me. Just leave that there. And this section is the haunted food. And this one has the fruit. Or the jungle food. There's like 72 achievements. Whee! Yeah, let's give birth to the guy we created earlier. Neutral. There's Neutral, the puppy. I love them. Yeah. Praise. I love you. Easily forms connections with other dogs. Can't easily get up. Here, let me, Whee! Yeah, like for perspective, this is a puppy, right? Brick is an adult. His body became a lot longer than I was expecting. But Brick was one of the first dogs that I designed to be like as small as possible. Apparently you can get dogs with wings. You okay? Must be overheating. You seem a little hungry. Trying my best to eat the onion ring. His little legs. Aww. Did you throw up? It's making a mess. Here, bud. Might be a little easier. There you go. Damn. All right. Man, you just sleep and poop. Must be living the time of your life, man. It's too many trees, I've decided. The pile of Doritos down here. Oh, someone's been digging in here. Building up the little dog den down here. Nice. This isn't as, like, action-packed as The Sims or anything, you know? Because it's such a slow simulation. You have to do so much to care for the individual pets. Here, I got you. Eat a Dorit. Oh, you're ready to mutate! Wolf is having a great time. Oh. Woo! All right. Young adult. Is there a puddle? I don't see a puddle. Oh, you're ready to mutate. Let's go. All right, come on, neutral. Show me what you're made of. Cocoon. A dog is inside of this. This game, man. I'm happy to see it get a full release. Absolutely deserves it. Did not get much bigger. Brick is being stored for study. All right, so this gives you big tail. Short ears, tiny horns. You get horns? All right. Tiny wings. Okay. So these foods give you wings. I just need a food that only gives you that flora. It's the yellow and pink one. So, man, there's so much poop. It's none of those. You just pooped a capsule. Planet wallpaper. That's a cute one. Good job, bud. All right, so gourds. Okay. Oh, a little baby tooth. Buddy, I have a plan for you. I mean, you're sleepy, so I'm going to say you should sleep. Sleeping in the grass under a tree. Seems perfect, huh? You having a hard time eating a chip? You okay? Is it stuck? Idiot. Alright, what's Wolf doing? Just walking. Away from the thing that's like slapping you. Okay. There's more dirt in here. Unbelievable. Such industrious dogs, though. Managed to dig out this much space. Alright, Wolf is hungry. So you should eat. Bounce. Yes. Good job bouncing. I don't know what you're doing, but I love it. I encourage it. Grow wings. Trying my best to eat the gourd. You're not. There you go. You took a bite and threw it up. Okay, so maybe you don't like it. Maybe you don't like gourd. Give it another shot. You're hungry. I need you to eat. Wolf is getting old. All right. Wolf's going into storage. We're going to need a new generation. Once Steven becomes an adult, I'll definitely start... I'll breed him with a... Did I store brick? I don't remember. Wolf. Yeah, I did store brick. Those are fairly regular dogs, so... Hey, if you're hungry, you should eat. Cool. Don't eat poop. Drop it. Don't eat poop. Get some sleep. It's just a stick. It's perfect for the little garden. Being a full-time parent is hard. Let's get brick. Brick and meatball. Let's see if we can't go to that 0% stability with the tiniest dogs imaginable. I want this to be absolutely just the worst. We've created such perfect cubes. I want to see if it'll even let me get to 0% stability here. Wow, how did that even come about? Alright, so now they're getting flat. I don't know if I necessarily want that, but I also kind of do. You. How weird can we get with it? Oh, you have a very tiny head. I'm into the tiny heads. We're going to keep the tiny head trait moving forward. Our goal is to make something fucked up here, by the way. Tiny litter. Can't continue from this point. Did that waste an egg? Yes, it did. So we need to be a bit more considerate there. Let's go for Meat, Brick, and Charles. Charles had a really tiny head. Alright, there we go. Thank you for the hydration reminder. So again, our goal is to hit 0% stability. Which, like, we've been getting into some tiny litters too often here. Alright, I'm liking that. Very, very thin, very boxy. Kind of weirdly pale. Kind of very wobbly. We got away from small, which I don't know how I feel about that. But actually, I feel quite good because look at how big that one is. Oh, I'm liking this color. All right, keeping the color, keeping the big. Give me a thick dog. Okay. We're getting somewhere. No, we're not. Well, I don't want to waste an egg. So... Ooh. Oh, cool. Let's do that for this room. Spud. Flat. Achievement unlocked flat. No, Spangle. I like Spangle. Hatch 10 eggs. Deviled egg. Hatch or mutate a flattened dog. Lunar pie. Okay, so we got so many new foods. Hey, little guy. Welcome to the world. I'm gonna... Because I want to find out what deviled egg does. And I would like... Hey, you eat it, actually. You're not... Spangle isn't hungry. Neutral's hungry. Moon pies would be in the space one. Yeah. Wolves love it. Cute. God, that makes me so hungry. I'm gonna need to get some food after this stream. Eat the pie. Perfect. So it gives you an inverted snout and a wide stance. What did deviled eggs give you? Hey, Spangle. Eat that. Perfect. Gives you something. Contains this little spiky guy, too. I think it's this one. So it makes you small. Potentially. Is that poop? Is this mean? I don't care. Whoop. You're hungry. Eat this. Oh shit. He's about to become an adult. Just have to clean up all this dirt. He's so green. I love it. All right, Steven's an adult now. Don't hoard objects. Long snout. Okay, so that's another trait. Flat body. Gotcha, gotcha. We're learning so much. I can't. There we go. Glossy sheen. I'm sure it does other stuff, but we'll figure that out as we go. I say we get one more dog made. And now that, now that Steven's an adult, we'll get Steven and Charles. This is going to produce something. Oh, God. Some very flat dogs, which, you know what? Yes. Flat and long. We're going to go for a long dog. This one's going to be a very long dog. I've been making very compact dogs. We're going to get long. We're going to get silly. Yes, that one. We're going to stretch that boy out. Yeah, massive litter. All right, I am loving that sheen. I want to keep that, and I want to keep big fucking tail, massive body. Loving this color. Ooh. Loving that, loving that, loving that. Keeping that forward as we go on. He has such a tiny head. I didn't notice how small the head gets. Oh, that one's the smallest head I've ever seen. Oh my God. All right. I've made a monster. But I'm absolutely here for it. I love my monster. We might get to 0% stability here. Nope. Well, we've reached peak dog at 2% stability. How is this gonna do as a puppy? It's gonna be so hard to function. But we're making some monsters here. I like doing this at the end of a stream because it's a bit more chill. It's a little less goal oriented, and I like checking in on it like it's a Tamagotchi, you know. But I think we're gonna be wrapping up here in a little bit. Bagel. Now we're gonna name you Tungus. You're Tungus. Alright, Spangle. It's about to grow out of being a puppy. Very picture of consideration. It's high energy and polite. Rude. Very little consideration for other dogs. Unbelievable. Tungus is so rude. I love you, you idiot. Alright, let's hatch. What are we looking like? Slightly bigger. Alright. Tungus is just kind of stuck back there, eh? What you digging for? The tail's as big as his body. You know what makes them long? French fry. Eat the French fry. Gonna make you as long as humanly possible. Or I guess as puppily possible. Goof off. Alright, you're hungry. Eat a gourd. Eat the gourd. I don't want to do that. Okay. You should sleep. Neutral, you should eat. Go socialize. Eat the food. There we go. Let me praise Spangle. Don't you eat that dirt. Don't you eat that dirt. I insist you don't eat that dirt. Big fucking tail. Man, Tungus is gonna make for a weird dog. This is such a tiny head. Look at how tiny his head is. Spangle's at least a bit proportionate, but he's still a little weird shape. Steven's just a dog. That's just a dog, dude. A neutral, kind of a weird shaped dog, but he's still a dog. Got the makings of an interesting group. And I plan on returning to these guys every couple of... oh god, there's some wet spots on the carpet. Plan on returning to these guys every couple of weeks or so. Thursdays are always the variety game hour. That's longer than an hour. The 5 hours. But I also feel like there's not a whole lot to do. Alright, you woke up, ate a bunch of french fries, and now you were transforming. Hopefully, the long body kicks in, because that'll be something. Big. Great job growing. What are you Whoa, whoa, whoa! What are you doing? What's happening? Oh no! Oh no, he's caught in a loop! Oh no! Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. There's the wet spot. Okay. They basically watch themselves. There's plenty of toys to play with. Oh, you sleepy? You should sleep. Don't eat dirt. I feel like a parent every time. Like, please stop trying to eat dirt. Heard somebody yell outside. For a minute, I thought they were yelling at me to shut up, like I'm loud enough for them to hear. I got my window wide open, but I don't think like I'm producing that much noise, you know? Don't eat your teeth. Oh. Tungus's head is so small. Everything else about him is like fairly large. And then the oh no. Here, I'll bring it to you. Alright, let's see what this mutation does, and then I think we're gonna wrap up here. Just want to see what would happen if I started spinning it. Turns out nothing. All right. Make sure to save. Yeah, we're going to be calling it here. I need to eat, and I need to take care of myself. So let's go to this screen and put the music on and turn off the audio. So I can look at some streams. I think Kiki just started. So that might be where I send you. You know, gonna go ahead and raid a friend who I haven't talked to in a bit, but I appreciate them, and I want to send her some love. Shidase, who we guested with on the first episode of the Saltcast. Super cool person. So I'll send you her away. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing some Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, maybe. I don't know what... I think it all depends on like if we're all here, but hopefully we are, and I want to do that. Saturday is going to be some Knockout City, and Sunday might be the last stream of Elden Ring. We'll see. But I'm going to be calling it here for now. Take care of yourselves. Treat yourself nicely, because you deserve it. And have a good evening. Or else.